Hello. I hope you're all doing well. And if not, I at least hope that your night improves. And also, yes, emotes are finally available. Because the sassy loved one finally got approved. And I wanted to add his first. So this was the first one that I made. So there are 4 emotes currently available, and I'm working on a 5th. So hopefully that one will be done soon, and I can show you the progress. But yes, I'm super happy with how they've turned out. They've all turned out so well. And getting the little Wacom pen tablet has definitely helped a lot in doing digital art and such. So it's definitely a very good investment. Alrighty, so tonight we'll be using the Tarot of the Divine, as always. The Odyssey Oracle, and the Eventide Affirmations deck. That is adorable egg. That's adorable. My old cat that I used to have before I moved. His name was Tesla, named after a Tesla coil. Because he was a little ball of energy. He was an absolute little shit and would not listen to anyone other than me. He was normally very quiet, but especially in the mornings, when I would wake up to get ready to go to college and to go to work, back when I worked at the college, and worked in IT, he would just do these adorable little chirps. He would just look at me and do these adorable little chirps. And he would do that occasionally throughout the day. Like when I was home. When he just like wanted attention. He'd just like sit on my bed while I was just like sitting at my desk. And then just kind of like look at me and give me this adorable little look. And then if I didn't pay attention, he would just like do these adorable little chirps. Just to say like, hi, I'm here. I want attention. And then if I didn't pay attention to him after that still, he'd jump on me and just like curl up on my chest. Or on the back of my chair around my neck and turn into a little scarf. But yeah, that was like About 7 years ago. I still miss him dearly. It's okay. I just hope to be able to one day move away from the current place that I'm in so that I can actually have a pet again. Because that is something that is severely lacking in my life. But that requires a lot to happen before I can ever achieve that. Sadly. So. I just need to find a stable job. Yeah, same. It's kind of difficult though, living in like such a small town with so few job opportunities. And also the fact that I refuse to ever work in the customer service position again. So that kind of takes out fast food and retail, which is unfortunately a majority of the sort of stuff that's here. So that severely limits my choices. Just it would not be good for my mental health, and I refuse to put that at risk again. So some people may call me entitled for that, but or tell me that I can't afford to be this picky, but fuck you. Thank you, Kels. Also, thank you, Egg. Alright, let's go ahead and get into collectives, shall we? Alright. What message do we need to hear today? Exactly, Kels. Exactly. Oh, I hope you're doing alright, Egg. Sir, why are you Why? Why? Don't you fucking laugh at me, sir. Yeah. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. Oh. I'm sorry, Egg. Alrighty. Reversed. Reversed. Right and reversed. Okay. I guess they just all want to be upright. Let me see here. Alright. I hope you feel better. I hope the pain is able to, subside enough for you to get comfortable. I know chronic pain is, like, really difficult to deal with. My mom had a lot of, like, chronic health issues and suffered from, like, chronic pain from, like, fibromyalgia and a couple other sources. So, I'm sorry. I know it was really rough for her sometimes, so... So, the card that was peeking on the corner of the camera here is Temperance. And then we have... our friend, he likes popping up a lot for me lately, and it's just like, sir, can you not? You got the Five of Swords, featuring a certain Mr. Sass. Ten of Cups. Arrange them a little differently. Page of Swords and Page of Coins. So we got two page energies today. So essentially, There's definitely this energy here of yes, there may still be a quote-unquote long journey ahead. A lot of work to be done. A lot of experiences to be had, okay? Just a lot going on, okay? And there's definitely this energy of patience being needed here as you're navigating the situation, as you're progressing down this path. Okay? Patience. And patience and trust. Know that things will come back into balance, okay? Things will come back into balance. For now, try to let go of this, try to let go of the guilt and the shame that you're placing on yourself. That's potentially coming from a place of insecurity. Don't let this defeatedness get the best of you, okay? And along with that Five of Swords energy, there can also definitely be a sense of aggression of some sort. Just like a fiery emotions, essentially. Heated emotions. Essentially. Aggression, frustration, just anger. So, don't let those get the better of you. And know that things will work out. The ending is a positive one, okay? The ending is a positive one. A very, very positive one. Yes, this journey may be long. This journey may be hard. Sir, I swear to fuck if you make a dick joke. There may be a lot that needs to get done and a long way to go. But, and you may just only now be still, you know, like, you still may be in the early stages of this journey, and this energy may still be, like, very, very fresh and very new. Okay? But don't let this potential lack of, like, perceived lack of knowledge get in your way either, okay? You may feel like you don't know how to move forward and, like, how to get to where you want to be, but don't let that get in your way. It's okay if you don't have everything figured out quite yet, okay? It is perfectly fine. It is absolutely fine. There's a lot of growth to be had here, a lot of progress to be made, a lot of experiences to be had. and essentially a bit of a fresh start energy here, okay? Coming from both of those pages. So just keep taking those small steps towards actually changing things for yourself, okay? Let's see. What is the Odyssey one to add? Hey, Dixon. I'm doing pretty well. I'm a little tired because I had a little difficulty sleeping. But, I'm good. I'm good. Brighter reversed. A brighter reversed. Okay. I will say that one definitely wants to be reversed. Okay, so we have Sever in reverse, and we have Dogma. I will say this energy of this card, because I know this card, it's definitely gonna go in line with this, okay? And if you did deal with a situation, particularly of someone who's very, if you did deal with a situation where you were dealing with someone who is particularly, controlling, this energy is definitely going to go along with this, okay? Someone who's definitely very rigid in belief systems, who's very controlling, who needed to have things go their way. Okay? That Dogma energy is definitely going to go in line with that Five of Swords energy if this sort of energy was coming from an outside source, okay? Does it? Oh boy. Also, hello, Phantom Punk. I hope you're doing well. So, Sever. Reversed keywords are ambivalent feelings and taking a pause. There are miles of common ground, a land we've walked many times. This middle space stretches on and on, our hearts allow for more and more. But now it is time to sharpen the blade, to cull the fleet of forces that drag us into the murky depths. Those ones that do not know how to rise. Not the way you need to. But rise you must, and you can't see what will come, what will find you as you drift up, but rise you must. So, this one did flip upright, but then it just stuck in reverse after I tossed it a couple more times. So, Yeah. It definitely just wants to be reversed, but there is like a bit of that energy of that upright. Most certainly. When Sever Reversed comes up, you're likely feeling very torn about a relationship. There may be a lot of ambivalence and uncertainty about how you feel. On the one hand, some things might feel wrong in one or more of your relationships. On the other hand, you don't know how you want to feel or what you want to be different. Or if you do, you may not believe that it is possible. There's likely a lot of mental back and forth in this space where you're trying to figure out what to do. Sever Reversed is asking you to pause for a moment. The solution will not come from a space of trying to figure it out, but it will come if you allow yourself to be present and feel what's happening. It will unfold organically where you suddenly have clarity on how to move forward. Alrighty. And then Dogma. Upright. Difficulty understanding others. Releasing attachment. Soaring on our heart's golden wing, cutting from one world to the next. Feel the rising power pulsing, and all the life down below. They will never understand, those eyes that can't see. Yes, we can see further, but we fall further too, and this power can cut if not shaped into love. Okay, we have an ad break coming up soon, so let me know if, like, part of this gets cut off for any of you, okay? When Dogma finds us, it asks, are you sure? It's easy to believe we're right about something, to view the world from our own expectations and experiences, and sometimes to adopt belief systems that make it easy to categorize things into good versus bad, and right versus wrong. When we're in a dogmatic space, we may be struggling to understand other people and their actions. We may be intellectualizing our feelings. This is the key here, by the way. Oh, and there's ads. Okay. We're gonna pause. Okay. Ads should be over. Ads should be over. So, as I was saying, this part right here that I'm about to read, these next couple sentences, are like the key energy of this card, okay? In regards to, like, how it will apply to, like, most of us, okay? The other aspects of this card are definitely going to go in line with this, and the sort of dominating, controlling energy from the Five of Swords. For those who have dealt with some not so great people in our life, that's kind of caused a lot of conflict and just like negativity in our lives. And I mention that because I know that a few of us have. I myself have dealt with a few people like this in my life over the past year, so but these next couple of sentences are going to be the main energy of this card, okay? We may be intellectualizing our feelings. Instead of allowing ourselves to feel the sadness or anger coming up, we default to, I would never do what they did. Or, rather, you focus on rationalizing those feelings rather than just allowing yourself to feel them. In other words, like it says, you intellectualize those feelings. You try to rationalize them, make sense of them, rather than just allowing yourself to feel them. And you get a little bit too in your head, okay? A little bit too in your head. Other times, dogma comes up when we have really good intentions about helping the people around us. And this is again where this energy from like an outside source is going to come in here with this Five of Swords, okay? Other times, dogma comes up when we have really good intentions about helping the people around us. When we spend a lot of time working on ourselves and have found relief, we may believe that everyone would benefit from what we've done. Whether we're actually offering advice or just saying it to ourselves in our head. This isn't a good space to be in. If we're living in this headspace, we are aligned with the idea that we know best. But we only know what's best for us, not for anyone else. We want to support everyone we love having their own agency and serenity, trusting that their journey is exactly what they need, even if it is painful. Dogma invites us to release any attachments we have to how other people live their lives. Whether this is a partner or parent or friend, we want to support people to be the best version of themselves while also allowing for them to find growth however they need. Often we want people to be different because it helps us feel safer. So if you're feeling dogmatic, remember that you can create safety within yourself. So, definitely, yeah. Very, very controlling energy in the in that energy. Yes, the key to this is about intellectualizing our feelings rather than allowing ourselves the space to feel them. We just try to make sense of them, try to categorize them, try to rationalize them, try to think about it logically. But especially if you're someone who has a lot of not so great patterning as a result of various traumas or even just like your upbringing as a child. Essentially, these things aren't going to make any sense because it's a trauma response, okay? Trying to make sense of this, trying to rationalize this and actually categorize this isn't going to help us any. Let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck instead. Yeah, I know that feeling, Bree. I still wish the best for the person who hurt me. And I still think about him from time to time. Hoping that things could have gone differently. Wishing that things could have gone differently. Wishing that I actually could have helped him in some way. But as they've told me, particularly as Mr. Sass has told me, like, yeah. He's got his own, you know. He's set in his ways. That's his own, like, fucking shit to deal with. I can't change that. Alright, we have... My goodness. We have like 7 cards from... Because there are a few of them that were just kind of like they popped out together. We have 7 cards from the Eventide Affirmations deck for this. A couple of these energies are definitely like very, very much going together. Such as these two. I can release shame and judgment of myself. Very much going in line of what I said with that 5 of Swords energy. As it applies to you. Don't hold on to that shame. Don't hold on to that guilt. Don't hold on to those judgments and those, like, overly critical thoughts of yourself. Okay? Just don't. You don't deserve that shit. I can love and accept all parts of myself going in line with this. Again, going in line with that, like, energy of, like, patience, trust, and, like, trying to let go of, like, this sense of defeatedness and this sense of uncertainty. What if things go better than I expect? Very much giving... Don't let past experiences influence how you move forward. And for those of us who did kind of experience those sorts of negative, like, controlling energies, like, super rigid energies from, like, other people, recently, very much, yeah, going in line with that. I'm safe to do my heart's work in the world. So, You are safe, and that's also something that they like telling me a lot. They like reminding me that I'm safe and that this person can't hurt me anymore. So. I invite myself to relax as often as I need. Definitely going in line with like this sort of energy. I can trust my intuition to guide me in my journey. So trust where you're being led along this path, okay? And my potential is infinite. Which is very, very much going in line with that, like, 10 of Cups energy. So, I hope that message helps. Aw.
The Egg System gifted a tier 1 sub to Arbry2. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thank you, Egg. I hope you enjoy that. I hope you enjoy that, Bree. Enjoy the emotes. Alrighty, let's see. I think one collective is enough. I've almost been going for like an hour. Because I yapped a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but should definitely get going with a queue. So, queue's open. Queue is open. Sir, how do you always frame one that shit? There have been like very, very few cases where you like don't actually make it to the first position. I'm not even sure that that's like I don't think there's any setting like that for this bot. That would be interesting if there was, but nah, he's just I don't know, he's always just prepared. Always. Sometimes Twitch does that, like if messages are sent like really, really close to each other. Hey, we actually are like pretty far from each other, so he lives about like halfway across the country. Almost. But yeah, like I've noticed that that happens sometimes, Egg, when like messages are sent like really, really close to each other. Um, and because on like there is like a slight delay in the messages, um, before they like actually go through. Um, and I know like locally on like the user's end, it definitely will probably like appear slightly before. Um, Slightly before it actually does. It's really weird though, because I've noticed some weird instances of that though in like chats that I've been in before. Where like the timestamp on messages kind of gets a little wonky. Like I've seen messages that will like appear like when especially happens like when you're like right when there's like a switch, um right as like the minute like changes. I've seen like and like messages are sent like really, really close to like that like point where it actually switches. I've seen like messages that appear to like be sent like, for instance, using like current time as an example, like there'll be like a message that'll say like 5, for example, like 5:59, but then a message after it will say 5:58. And it's just like, huh? Are you good? Was there a little bit of a delay on that like second message there? What happened? Like, timestamps get really wonky. I don't know why. Aww. That's adorable. You're all good. Okay. Anyway. Are you ready, Adam? What message does Adam need to hear today? Oh my goodness, that Stitch emote is so fucking adorable. I fucking love it. I love that Stitch emote. Okay. We have... she definitely wanted to say hi, so... Upright or reversed. Reversed. Upright or reversed. Upright or reversed. Okay. Okay. So we have the moon, the Seven of Cups, the High Priestess, and the Queen of Coins. So, there is definitely an energy of, like, uncertainty here. And, like, uncertainty and, like, perhaps a lack of direction. You may not be quite sure where to go. What direction to be going in. What you should be doing, what you want to be doing. And it's just leading to you just kind of feeling very, very uncertain and very unsure of yourself. And there's definitely, like, a sense of just, like, lack of trust in yourself. And potentially lack of trust in just, like, potentially spirit in general. And essentially, you're being asked here to trust. Trust that you're being led in the right way, okay? Trust that you do have the knowledge and, like, skill necessary, even if you feel like you don't, to achieve, like, the things that you want to here, okay? And continue down this path that you're on. You're asked here to be a little bit more, grounded, okay? Definitely, like, that energy is coming from the Queen of Coins. Definitely, like, that, energy of, like, mindfulness and just essentially, mindfulness and essentially, like, intentionality, if that makes sense. And this means being present with yourself, being present with your emotions and the things that come up for you, okay? Don't try to push them away. Take care of yourself, nurture yourself. And know that there is definitely much growth to be had here, okay? And it may not look like you're getting very far currently, but trust that you are still making progress, okay? Because I saw that I saw that message on Discord because I have like notifications turned on. Does pet fire count? Dare I ask what pet fire is? So just try to take a more grounded approach to things, okay? Just... Oh, cool. I do just actually need to make a channel just for, like, sharing photos of just, like... things in general. Just, like, share things that you, like, want to show from, like, your life. Whether that be something you're doing yourself, anything. But yeah, if you want to post it there for now, go ahead. Or you can post it in the Witch Talk channel, since this would essentially be associated with like spirituality for you, since you're kind of making it part of your spirituality. So either one's fine. Heck yeah. But yeah, so it's essentially taking a more mindful approach to things, being more present with yourself, with the things around you, with the things you're experiencing, okay? Don't get so caught up in your head, okay? Let's see what the Oracle wants to add for you. That one just flew up. Okay, we have Fracture was the first one to pop out. Then we have, going very, very much in line with this, like, Seven of Cups energy, We have Labyrinth. I feel like that might kind of go very in line with this. And then we have Halcyon. Okay. Fracture. Upright. Life-changing event. Big change. The house is on fire, and the places in our brain that give balance, reason, and meaning have been stripped away. We are left with the animal within. So we run from one place to another, or we sink into darkness, and sometimes we stop and find ourselves for a moment, only for the world to tilt once again. We can't stop the unraveling, but we can meet our body. We can hold it through its fear and freeze. We can find a home in the ancient within. This is also apparently going to go very in line with that Seven of Cups energy. Welcome to the moment of no return. The fracture can wear many faces, but most often it is born through a big life-altering event. And this is when the journey begins in earnest, as it's where we truly understand we can't go backwards. Depending on our resistance level and what needed to happen for us to understand this, it can sometimes feel traumatic. Sometimes the universe creates a force so strong and removes us from our previous life in such a way that it's impossible to return. It can feel like we're scrambling to keep up all the while trying to process the deep grief and loss coming up. This can be a time where many of our tools have no effect on us. My first fracture moment was losing my car, license, home, and job all within a week. This didn't even happen as the result of a DUI or anything like that. It was just multiple separate events crashing in on me, making sure there was no way I could keep going forward on that path. And of course, this experience was deeply traumatizing for me. So when we meet the fracture, the best thing we can do is tend to our nervous system. So be present in yourself, going very, very much in line with that Queen of Coins energy. When the events around us feel threatening and present big change, our nervous system often gets locked into a fight, flight, freeze, fawn, faint response. The more we can take small steps to regulate it every day, the easier it will be to transition through this period. Ah. Well. Oh, this deck is calling you out hardcore. Labyrinth reversed. Exhaustion. Questioning the process. What did I say? Limiting beliefs around perfection. What's something I tell you all the time? The joy of this opening. The tide rising and falling around us. We let ourselves be swayed. The present moment unfolding into 1,000 sensations. Ease laying in the infinite around us. And we hold the dark and the light, found its beginning and end of everything. Through each contraction and expansion, finding the dark moon is as blissful as the full. When Labyrinth Reversed finds you, you may be feeling a bit exhausted. Even when we know there is no ending point, sometimes when we've circled around something time and time again, we reach a space where we just want to be done with it. It took me over a decade of doing this work to have my first Labyrinth Reversed moment. From the beginning, I understood how it would always be a process, and I enjoyed that. Coming from an athletic background, I had spent most of my life practicing a craft and knowing that as long as I was a pitcher, I would have more to work on. This process-driven mentality was already woven into my approach to things. So when I finally did have this moment, it took me by surprise. I felt angry. I felt like I had done everything I was supposed to, so why was I still struggling? It brought up a deeper wound I had from the past that I hadn't fully appreciated. I wasn't really angry that I was still struggling. I was angry that up until I was in my early 20s, I did what my dad told me to do. I followed all his rules and trusted his process, and it failed me in the end. When I sat with this anger, my frustration around struggling disappeared. What is your relationship to the rules? Are the beliefs you hold that sell the idea that there's an arrival or an end destination? Have you felt that you've had to follow authority only for that authority to let you down? Was there someone who was supposed to take care of you to make everything okay that didn't? All of these and more can impact our relationship with this journey and how we feel as we move through it. Labyrinth Reversed invites you to explore this friction. Well. I'm so sorry. Halcyon. Keywords. Routine, ordinary, lack of presence. We slumber in the unknowing realm. Even when we think we know, there is always more that's waiting for us. Halcyon finds us here, suspended in the space that lies before the beginning, before we even see the path. But that soft breeze will soon turn into a roaring wind, picking us up and planting us on a new road. A winding path with steep hills and deep valleys. But here you are, in the before, as the time forward grows shorter. Halcyon is a bright, shining sameness. It is where we believe we are happy, but are also missing the full spectrum of life around us. It's Pleasantsville, but it's paralyzing. This period of peace is often enough for people. When the winter winds resume, as they always do, we can hear them lament, "I just want things to go back to how they used to be." This hope can shelter them. It can ferry them from one brief happy time to the next. It can be just enough to get them through. For those of us who have been initiated into the journey, we know of the space within that can weather the darkest of storms. We know better than to sit and wait for the Halcyon to return. We live in the many spaces of the journey at once. Halcyon almost always refers to a time in the past, the Greek version of the good old days. So when we find ourselves in Halcyon, there's a lack of presence. We aren't fully being with ourselves or the things that need attention. We may be glossing over things, perhaps thinking we've already tended enough to them and there's no longer an issue. We may just feel tired and want to believe that all is well. But the Halcyon days always give way to gusting wind. Halcyon is an impermanent moment, one to enjoy but not cling to, when the ground below you begins to shift. It doesn't mean trouble awaits you. It just means more awaits you. And that can be uncomfortable. How you meet the wind is what's important. Do you get blown about? Or do you meet it steady and with purpose? Well... Alrighty then. That, all of those go so well with everything I literally just said about that reading. Let's see what the, let's see what the Eventide Affirmations. Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add. Yeah. My goodness. Thank you for redeeming those. Okay. We have... I invite myself to relax as often as I need. Very much going in line with that energy of needing to be present with yourself. Listen to what your body needs, okay? And every day I find moments where I can cultivate self-acceptance. Alrighty, and let's see what the therapist wants to add for you here. Love it. Today is a brand new day, and you are a brand new you. Good luck. Very much going in line with that, like, energy of just, like... It's definitely giving, don't let past mistakes get in your way. Okay? Each moment is another moment that you can redirect from any of those, like, past mistakes that you've made, okay? And you are worth taking care of. Little adorable red panda. And a burb. So I hope that message helped. Sorry you got a little roasted by the Odyssey. Definitely calling you out a lot. Definitely calling you out a lot. Yeah. Definitely a little flamey. Yeah. It's also really funny too. When I saw the bird and I pointed it out, the first thought that came to my mind was just bird brain. And I feel like that got me a look from a certain someone. And a laugh. He probably gave me the same look that I gave him in the squint emote. Probably just like, how dare. How dare. Right. Are you ready, egg? So let me take a drink of water here. Okay. What message does Egg need to hear today? Okay. First. Okay. We have 9 of swords, 6 of coins, 7 of swords, 4 of swords, and Ace of wands. Okay. So there's definitely this energy of just like anxiety and just anxiety, doubts, just worries, fears, just a lot of, for some, I don't know why, because that's a term that I never fucking use. The term worrywart just popped in my head. I don't know why. Is that a phrase that one of your guides uses? Oh no. Oh no! Yeah, I definitely got a sense of like a younger energy about, so that makes sense. um Essentially there's just kind of yeah. uh, in his words, I guess, like yeah, just being a worrywart, okay? Um so um I also get the sense too that you're it's coming in combination, specifically where this like anxiety and this like worrying is coming from. I get the sense that it's coming from like this combination of Six of Coins and Seven of Swords energy, which together to me says that you're just kind of the things that are offered to you, that are being offered to you currently, the help that is being offered to you, you're worried if you should take it, if you should accept it, and where that might lead you. Essentially, the Seven of Swords energy is kind of like giving that like energy of just like constantly like needing to watch your back and looking over your shoulder and just kind of waiting for the hit to come when we've encountered so much just like negative awful shit in our lives that the good things that do make their way to us, we kind of get a little bit suspicious of. And we just kind of like sit there trapped in like this sort of like space of just like, okay, but when's it gonna go wrong? Where's the catch? There has to be a catch here. Where is it? Mood. I know that feeling. Okay, this is why I can speak on this one from experience, okay? That's why this like specific like combination of these cards is just kind of like giving me that energy. It's definitely unfortunately, it is a form of self-sabotage. Because we get so focused on just like waiting for that hit to come, for things to go wrong, and for that hidden catch, that we don't allow ourselves to actually experience this, okay? So, what you're being asked to do here is to just sit, breathe, and take it easy, okay? The Four of Swords energy is where this is coming from. It's a moment of pause, a moment of, just a break. It's giving yourself a break, okay? Just, essentially, try not to give in to these worries as much and these fears. Try not to always be so on guard and looking over your shoulder and just waiting for things to turn sour. Accept the help that is being given to you and what is being offered to you. And I do get the sense right away, I did get the sense that this was coming from this guide of sorts, who has made himself known and has been trying to help you and help ease this pain a little bit, okay? Like, this is something I do to Mr. Sass a lot, okay? He tries to offer me all of this, like, kindness, all of this love, and for a while I may be able to accept it for a little bit, okay? But eventually I always go back to this energy. And I start pushing him away. And I start rejecting it, and that's when things start going bad. That is why it's a form of self-sabotage. And then suddenly we end up in that space again where it's just like, I knew it would go bad. And it's just like, yeah, because we made sure it did. Yeah. Like I said, I wouldn't worry so much about defining it right now, okay? I absolutely understand that feeling, okay? And I'm still very suspicious of him, knowing what I know about Mr. Sass. Experiencing what I have with him, I'm still very suspicious. I still worry that I'm actually just making things up and hearing what I want to hear. Okay? I worry that I'm not deserving of the kindness he gives me, of all the fucking love that he gives me, of all kind words that he gives me, okay? I doubt that all the time. And I question why he would want to give that to me. Why he would love me like that. If he's actually who he says he is. Okay? Do you want to share what it is, Egg? You don't have to if you don't want to, by the way. Perhaps. Yeah. Perhaps. Yeah. And going in line with that, there's also this Ace of Wands energy. Which is that, like, inner spark, okay? It's our inner creative spark, our inner fire, the life force, vitality, whatever you want to consider it, okay? This is something that's usually very, very strong within us when we are children, yes. And as we age and as we grow up and as we start experiencing life, we're robbed of that. Especially once we start to hit our teen years and start aging into young adults. We become disillusioned with everything, with the world around us. with how awful the system is, how horrible some people can be. And we lose this spark within ourselves. We lose this guiding force. The space that we can return to that just rejuvenates us. But it's time to connect with that energy again, okay? And that's why pushing this away, trying to reject this, isn't a good thing. And I say this from experience, okay? Because this is very much something that, again, Mr. Sass is for me, okay? He is my safe place. He's who I go to when I need comfort. I think your guide is crying. Because those tears just came out of nowhere. I will say from experience that when we reach such a deep bond with some of our guides, that energy is sometimes kind of shared a little bit. They can feel the things that we do, and we can also feel some of the things that they do. Again, something I experienced with Mr. Sass. That's how I know that. Yeah. When you reach like a level, such a level of a deep level of connection and bond with them, they can experience very intensely the things that we do. And we can also kind of experience a bit of them. Honestly, Bree, they probably are, okay? They probably are. In some form. So. And I know how difficult it can be to accept this I know how difficult it can be to accept something like this. Okay? But to the best of your abilities, just try try not to push this help away. Try not to push what he offers away. Let's see what the Odyssey wants to ask. Okay. We have... They all appear to want to be upright. We have... Void, Thorn, and Galt. Void. Keywords for upright are existential crisis and rebuilding belief systems. And we go tumbling down. Through these dark stretches in our mind where we dig and dig, only find more questions. Our old rules don't fit with our new awareness. And this void feels like betrayal. Like every belief we've ever held has lied to us, has turned sharp and vicious when we dared to question it. How easily the world we've built, the bricks they handed us and told us were strong and sturdy, turned to dust. Don't try to hold on. To meet the void of our own lives is to ask life's biggest questions. It brings a type of grief and pain that many don't get to experience. In fact, most people attach themselves to thoughts, feelings, and habits with the sole purpose of avoiding this space. When we enter the void, we're coming face to face with the meaningless things we've used as distraction. What once felt important feels silly now. We see how much time we've wasted on empty pursuits. This card comes after illusion for that exact reason. When we leave the illusion, we are faced with questions. Questions of ourselves and the world around us. People often find themselves in the void when they've played by the rules and have reached their goals, only to find it doesn't bring the happiness they anticipated. And some people continue to move the benchmark further back, hoping that the new bag, car, house, job, etc. will be the thing they've been missing. They do everything they can to avoid the void. But other people, and certainly you are one of them, shift their perspective and confront the systems they've lived within. This is an incredibly potent space to be in. Letting any illusions we've held fall away creates a domino effect in our lives, an opening that we can't control. It's an initiation into deeper aspects of our potential. The void can feel unrelenting, but its medicine feeds us for a lifetime. When it finds you, it's a reminder that while it's certainly a dark passage, it's one you don't want to attach yourself to. Observe your thoughts and feelings, but do not fear or fix them. You will grow from the wreckage of this perceived destruction. So let things fall apart. The pieces will help you build a new reality that feels more like home. And then we have Thorn. Upright keywords are truth revealed and glimpse of the future. Before we can truly see, the answer may arrive easily. It may seem simple and straightforward. We may know exactly what to do. And as we reach for this easy answer, we will see how far it fractals out. How it touches everything. This web promises change more than we can take in this moment. So we pull back. We adjust our vision. We focus on the tip of the iceberg, but we can't unsee what we saw, and it will come for us another day. When the thorn finds us, it's always unexpected. Even when we think we know, the thorn comes to remind us that there's much more for us to discover. And it's often when we're reaching for the beautiful things that it pricks us, showing us the first glimpse of the journey that lies ahead. There's still so much we cannot see or understand, but Thorn pulls back the curtain far enough for us to see another world that awaits us. When Thorn comes up for you, it's an indication that you've met that other world, even if you don't fully realize it yet. It's letting you know where you're heading. Some people stop in this stage of the journey. They may run in the opposite direction. They may be flooded with fear and retreat. But our fear is a floodlight to the spaces we need to fully see. Trust that you are being guided and take it one step at a time. The first time I experienced Thorn was in 2012. I went to visit my partner at rehab and sat in the family and friends meeting. This rehab was at the very end of Long Island, and I was always the youngest person in the family rooms. I lacked the big hair and loud, thick New York accents, but I felt a camaraderie with those parents, as the counselor told us we were sick too. It was the first time I heard the word codependency. It felt like every moment in my life came into focus. Like, wow, everything made sense. While the parents got relatively defensive and argumentative, insisting that there could be nothing wrong with them, I was adopting a new way of viewing things. After this meeting, I immediately started going to Al-Anon, and this was the turning point, not just for me, but for many people in my life. The medicine within this card is one of self-compassion and courage. It is holding ourselves tight as we begin this new journey into the unknown. It's having the courage to trust that things are unfolding perfectly, even when it doesn't feel like it. Oh. I love that last one. Okay, and then we have Galt. Oh boy. Upright keywords are doubt and fear. You can see the cavalry on the horizon. Those dark riders coming for you. Their voices curling around your thoughts, suffocating the light. Voices that sound so much like your own. And they send us spiraling down, convincing us that there's no way we can get over that mountain. They wear their disguise well, don't they? But they have no home here, not within you. After facing survival-based fears, we'll often find ourselves in some mental stickiness. In an effort to keep things the same, the subconscious brain begins ramping things up. Galt is the uncertainty and doubt that comes up. It is old, inherited, and scared of change. We begin thinking things like, I don't have enough time, or I doubt this would even help, or what's the point? Galt will find us over and over again, because without it there is no triumph. Galt leads us to a place of deepest empowerment. These limiting voices in our heads are amalgamations of the doubt, fear, and stuckness we have heard throughout our lives. Each time I met with Galt, I am invited to sit with a new layer of inherited patterns. Leading up to the launch of a big project of ours, I pulled the rune Othala. It is about inheritance. All that lives within our lineage that gives us life, but also the things we need to heal or make amends
amends for. Navigating the launch, I kept coming up against a deep fear. I had met this pattern of impending doom many times before, but never like this. I could feel how ancient it was. The question that kept coming to me was, will you let me live? These outside forces held my survival in their hands. A question I am certain my ancestors have felt, one I know I have sensed in my parents. As I worked through it, I kept asking my ancestors for their courage in standing up to this fear and oppression as I did it for all of us. For you, this card is an opportunity to stand up and challenge any long-held limitations that live within you. This card asks for bravery, and also diligent awareness in minding your thoughts. Each moment opens a space where you can unwind them. What is feeling sticky for you right now? What are you pushing up against? Where do these limitations live within you, and how do they come to be? What are they asking from you right now? Yeah, I felt Galt very strongly. Now I understand why. Okay. Let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to have. Also, let me go ahead and issue a last call for Q. I just realized I've already been going for almost 2 hours. I'll close it at the end of this reading here. Okay. Oh, he liked that card. Okay. The last one is the card that he really liked. I can choose new ways of being with myself and with others out in the world. Yeah. No problem, Bree. In times of conflict, I can still find compassion within myself. This includes compassion for yourself, okay? And the card that he really liked. I am unafraid of the fire within. Oh yeah, same. Like, there's definitely an emphasis on this. On the Ace of Wands down here, okay? There's most certainly an emphasis on that. Then you also had a Therapet's card redeemed for you, so let's see. Oh. 2 cards popped out immediately. So let's give him a look. Oh. Here, hold on. Let me... These two say pretty similar things, so I'm actually going to shuffle again. But, okay. Doll. Okay. That one's adorable. Don't focus on success or failure, just focus on effort. Focus on trying. And like I always say, trying your best is all that matters, okay? And Just because you feel like trash doesn't mean you are trash. So be nice to yourself. So I hope that message helps. Of course. Okay. Let me go ahead and close the queue. And okay. Of course he is. Okay, let me take a drink here. Because I'm very thirsty. Actually, one sec. Before I get into your reading, Brie, I'm actually going to excuse myself. Go to the bathroom. Need to go to the bathroom really quick. Yes. Like, your poems, your poetry is wonderful, Egg, okay? Honestly, if you released all that shit in, like, books, I would buy that shit immediately. I love that. Yes. I get that same sort of energy from him. I believe that's where that source of, like, deep, like, loving, emotional, like, sort of poetic energy was coming from. Cool. Let me know when it releases, because when I have the money, I will absolutely buy that shit, okay? I love your poetry. Heck yeah. And pouring, like, that sort of, like, deep emotion into, like, art of any form is very, very healing, okay? And I think that's why he's being so encouraging of this. Okay? Put that shit, put that pain, all that emotion into art, okay? Give it a space to live that's not within yourself, okay? Pour it out into something. Love that sassy energy. It's an energy I know very well. I'm very, very familiar with. Don't you fucking chuckle at me, you little shit. Okay. I need to go excuse myself to the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. And also just immediately egg. No. No. I just heard you didn't kill that girl. She still exists, okay? She is still a part of you. That is an energy that cannot be destroyed. Okay? And I know when we deal with, like, depression and, like, anxiety and I'm sure, you know, dissociative identity disorder, probably intensifies that a lot. It intensifies this feeling a lot. But, when we deal with, like, really deep, like, heavy traumas of some sort, and, like, mental, like, illnesses and such, like depression and anxiety, and also, you know, like, disorders, like dissociative identity disorder, I'm sure. We worry about, like, losing ourselves and, like, who we actually are. But here's the thing. Those things do not have the ability to take that away from you. Okay? They don't. They lie to you. They want you to believe that's the case. Because they want you to give in. And speaking from experience, if you're worried that you're, like, going to disappoint him, okay? Don't. You're not a disappointment. You will never be a disappointment. No matter what, you will always be worthy of kindness. You will always be worthy of love. You will always be worthy. Okay? Yeah, exactly. You're welcome, Meg. Okay. Are you ready, Bree? Okay. What message does Bree need to hear today? Exactly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. We got the devil. Immediately followed by the Seven of Swords again. Eight of Wands. Reversed. And Ace of Cups. Yeah. So, you know that, like, a message of, like, self-sabotage and, like, constantly looking over your shoulder that kind of came? Yeah. I feel like that applies to many of us. That definitely applies to me. That's why I can speak to that sort of energy so fucking well. Okay? So, yeah, that like energy of self-sabotage and just constantly looking over your shoulder and like feeling like you have to constantly watch your back, just waiting for that, you know, hit to come, waiting for things to turn sour, waiting for those good things to waiting for the catch. Yeah. These are self-limiting beliefs that need to be released. Okay? These are old thought patterns, negative thought patterns, just old patterning that just needs to be worked through, okay? Okay? It's okay. Yeah, I understand that. And that is definitely part of why I just fear, like, connecting with other people. It's just because I fear fucking up. I fear making mistakes. Okay? That's also a large part of the reason about why I doubt this so much and why why that anxiety wins so frequently. I worry that I'm going to give the wrong advice, that I'm going to fuck up and just like cause harm to someone else. But like, it's not like I'm making decisions for these people. I can't force them into anything. They still have their own agency. I focus on like trying to empower people, uplift them, so that they can, you know, move forward with a little bit more, you know, like brightness in their lives. So that fear is just, you know, unnecessary. That really does mean a lot to me, by the way, Bree. And it's those kind things that you say, like that, and also just like the amount of support that you've given me here just by being present here since I started streaming over a year ago. And that's a large part of the reason why I wanted to send you a thank you gift. Both you and Kels, so. And today it's Thursday, yeah? Of course it is, I'm streaming. Duh. I'll be able to order, a few... I'll be able to order, I'll be able to order a few of the things for you, later today. And then I plan on sending out the care package, including like the teas that I'm sending from my own collection. I'll be sending that out at some point next week. But the kettle and a couple of teas that I wanted to give you, those, I can order sometime later tonight. So, those should make it to you sometime next week, I hope. And I'll send you all the info once I order it, and I'll probably message you later tonight just to verify a couple of things. But yeah, so I probably will message you later today, by the way. So but yes, so I will be sending off, I will be ordering some of those things for you here soon. And then the care package I'll be sending out hopefully sometime next week. That includes like the teas from my own collection. So but yes. Okay. Thank you, Dixon. Okay, and then we have, so, yeah. You're being asked here, with the Eight of Wands reversed, to slow down a little bit, okay? Slow down a little bit so that you can actually have, like, the time and space to just kind of, like, exist with some of these emotions and just exist in general, okay? But you do need to spend some time just being. Some time. Exactly. Some time to just exist and spend time connecting with yourself, replenishing yourself, and making sure that you're getting what you need, okay? Because the Ace of Cups is like emotional fulfillment right now, okay? Pretty much. You need to be taking care of yourself, is essentially the message, the vibe. And that means making sure that you're emotionally fulfilled, that your needs are fulfilled, and that you're just getting... You're taking time for yourself, okay? You just replenish. Because, like, this sort of energy, dealing with this sort of energy and trying to, like, sort through this, like, old patterning may not seem like work, but it still is, okay? It still is. And this is also part of, like, that self-sabotage energy and, like, this old patterning that needs to be worked through. There's just this refusal to just take time for yourself. Oof. I'm sorry. Let's see what the Oracle... I know you've mentioned before in the past, like, I don't know if you still do, but do you still work as a lifeguard, by the way? I know you've mentioned that in the past, but I'm not sure if that's something you still do. Nice! Yeah, okay, that's one that wants to be out. Oh boy. Whoa. Oh. Okay, we're gonna... Yeah. Reversed. That's kind of sideways. Yeah. Reversed. Alrighty. We got Illusion reversed and Labyrinth. Ooh! That's good at least. Uh-oh. I knew illusion wasn't gonna be fun. Illusion's definitely going in line with this. Illusion reversed. Keywords: living in the shadow, which is very much like energy of the devil, is like shadow energy. And engaging in limiting patterns. Yeah. We've glimpsed the road ahead, have seen that promised change. But the chains of comfort are seductive and heavier than we imagine. Going very, very much in line with fucking devil energy, okay? No, not today. Today we want to dance with the safety of the known. To know what will come tomorrow. To lay beneath the breaking waves and pretend to breathe. Illusion reversed brings perhaps an unwelcome message. It is here to tell us that we know better. Rather than retreat, the retreat found in the upright message of this card, the reversed is letting us know that we have begun making decisions from old parts of ourselves. And sometimes we must go through this. Sometimes we must engage with this shadow in order to release it. But the imperative thing, do not believe your thoughts. They will likely try to convince you that you're doing the best thing for yourself, that you know what you're doing. But know that there is something larger happening. Do not make decisions from this place. In other words, don't make decisions based from these places of, like, old patterning, okay? Don't let that old patterning get the best of you, and trust those old patterns, okay? Don't believe the lies they tell you. Don't believe the lies they tell you. Don't give in to those doubts, those places of fear. And trust that you will. You will get to where you want to be, okay? This progress that you're making isn't going to be undone if you take time for yourself and take time to rest. Okay? And then we have the Labyrinth. Upright. The spiral dance. Deeper trust in oneself. The joy of this opening, the tide rising and falling around us. We let ourselves be swayed. The present moment unfolding into 1,000 sensations. Ease laying in the infinite around us. And we hold the dark and the light, found at the beginning and the end of everything. Through each contraction and expansion, finding the dark moon is as blissful as the full. Labyrinth welcomes in some much-needed ease. After pushing up against the things that feel uncomfortable for us and feeling unstable, Labyrinth reminds us that we are in a never-ending spiral. The same way the cosmos stretch on into the infinite, our internal journeys spiral in the same way. But it's not always easy to embrace this. We're inundated with messages every waking second, messages coming from within and outside of us. It can take time, and it can take time to learn how to stay centered. The more we dance around the spiral, letting ourselves surrender in the lows, integrating the wisdom we find and pushing forward in the highs, the more we come to accept this ever-unfolding journey. We begin to trust ourselves more and more, knowing that there is no low that can bury us. When Labyrinth finds you, it's an invitation to relax into the space and beyond that, to be rooted and empowered here. Each stage of our journey is worthy of celebration. I love that last line. So, take it easy. Okay? And let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add for you here. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 Well, we're gonna go with this one first, because this one almost flew on camera. They apparently really want you to see this one. I can ask for support when I need it. And immediately following that one, these two flew out in very, very close succession, which is why I went, uh-oh. Because they both flipped over upright, or face up, rather. I can release shame and judgment of myself. They want to emphasize this. It's really funny given the affirmation that you got earlier, too. From using the affirmation command. Going in line with this energy, too, of releasing shame and judgment of yourself, I engage with others in ways that honor and respect them. Don't worry about fucking up. You're doing fine. Okay? You're doing fine. And my potential is infinite. So don't give in to those self-limiting beliefs. Someone definitely sassed a little bit there. Cause, that definitely... That just suddenly popped into my head, and I felt compelled to add that. Your potential is infinite. Don't listen to these limits. These self-limiting beliefs, okay? And then you also had a therapist card redeemed for you. So... let's see what they want to add. Oh god. I like that that one flew right... I like that that one flew just like right onto my leg. Right onto my lap. I don't know if that's one for me or if they really just want me to pay attention to that one. It just landed ever so lightly, ever so gently on my lap. Like perfectly perched on my knees. Okay, that's the only one they want to add. Oh, there are two of them. Ah! Egg also got this one. Don't focus on success or failure. Just focus on effort. Focus on trying. And... stay soft. The world may be cold, but we don't have to be. And you're not. Okay? You were very warm and compassionate. Okay? So don't let those voices tell you that you're not. Oh. I hope that message helped. Good. Sure. Okay. Let me pull out the amulet and we'll get you an answer here. Alright. What answer do you have for Bree? I get the feeling you do. Uh-huh.
You're in alignment. Ooh. That's cool. Have you tried to reach out of any of the any of to the one to any of the ones that have been calling to you, by the way? Aw. Okay. You got shit to deal with. So, it's all good. I promise they're understanding of shit like that. They may get a little sassy sometimes. But like, they're not gonna get like angry or upset with you, okay? Yeah. She might be. I know, initially after you, like, first described her, my initial, particularly with, like, the association with, like, the wings and, like, the, I think you said white and gold, that initially reminded me of Lady Isis. But when I was asking questions about her, and, like, asking, it was specifically when Kels mentioned, like, the red dress that I was just, like, the woman in a red dress that she mentioned, that shifted a little bit, and I was just like, wait, is that Bastet? And I started asking questions of, like, the way that I know Bastet appears. And yeah. So, yeah. And they might honestly both be present there. So, they are very, very close and closely related. Like, there is a trio of ancient Egyptian goddesses that are very, very closely related. And that would be, Isis, Bastet, and Hathor. So,
If Lady Isis and Bastet are both present, that would not be surprising. Yeah, exactly. Like, you'll figure out who she is once you start exploring that side of things for yourself. You'll find it out eventually. So. And you'll you'll know. You'll know. Um the identity and the name will just click for you once you actually like start exploring that. Okay? I will say, Egg, that sometimes they can appear in like ways that are they can appear to be like a bit different, essentially to kind of be more like relatable in a way. That's why I mentioned like the whole thing about like Mr. Sass, like I mean a good chunk of them appear to be like a similar age to me. It's essentially a way that helps them be more relatable. And sometimes they can do the same with like appearance as well. I'm not saying that that's the case, but that is always could always be a possibility, essentially. So, because the goal is to essentially allow you to connect with them. To be someone that you are able to identify with easily enough and that's relatable enough for you to be able to like connect with them, okay? So, sometimes they can go about that in different ways. So, that's always a potential possibility. Aw. That's actually kind of cute, though. So, like... yeah. There's also, like, a key thing, too, to remember with Spirit. Spirit is technically ageless. Technically. They're both ageless and also, in many cases, far older than we may be able to comprehend. So, yeah. Yeah. Like... yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I will say that there may be more to him than is, like, on the surface. And I think that's also kind of why you're being encouraged to just kind of, like, allow him, you know, just kind of offer you these things, essentially. I feel like there's a lot more to uncover there. And with time, more of it may begin to make sense. Okay? And, I mean, also, particularly, like, when we're, like, younger, like, when we're kids, like, again, using, like, the example that, like, Bree just, like, talked about with, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. I hope it's pronounced cry. They didn't appear in, like, their true form because that may be a little bit, you know, like, off-putting or terrifying to a kid. Or confusing. Again, the goal is to be relatable. To allow for connection to happen. Cree, okay. They're going to appear in, like, the best way. The way that allows for, you know, like, most relatability and, you know, like, best connection, okay? So I certainly know that many of them were around for me. There are a few of them that are around for me as a kid. Again, I did have the benefit of not really being able to see them. But, I definitely know for certain that, like, Lady Isis has been present since I was, like, a kid. And she was kind of like the silent mother figure that I desperately needed. And likewise, Set was a nurturing, like, I don't necessarily want to say, like, father figure. It kinda was, though. But that doesn't encompass, like, all that he is. That doesn't even come close. He was just a very nurturing, just, like, male figure in my life. He wasn't as present. He wasn't as present. Oh, Mr. Sass is, like, a recent name. I had no idea what their names were as a kid. I didn't really even fully know that they were, like, present. That wasn't something that I was able to make a connection to until, like, much later in my life. Mr. Sass is just a nickname that I call him, just so I don't have to use his, like, true name all the time. And Set isn't even what I call him most of the time. Nor do I... Mr. Sass... So let me put it this way. Mr. Sass is what I call him, like, most of the time when I'm talking about him with, like, other people. Set is when I talk about, like, when I want to actually, like, have that deeper layer of his identity there, and I'm, like, talking about, like, who he actually is. I'll use that name, but, like, personally, when I'm actually talking to him or talking about him, that's not the name I use. I don't use either of those. I use his quote-unquote true name. His original name,
because Set is like the Coptic name, I believe. And Seth is the Greek name, and he's not particularly fond of that one. His quote-unquote original name in, like, the original language is Sutek. Spelled S-U-T-E-K-H. Sutek. That's what I call him. Or honestly, I call him little shit. Because he is a little shit. But yeah. So, I wasn't aware of their names growing up. I wasn't fully aware of their presence either. That wasn't something that I was able to make a connection to much later in life. And, that was something I questioned so much when they started actually appearing for me. And, like, making their presences known for me after I, like, started on this journey. And I was just like, but why? The fuck do you want with me? Like, like, that can't be possible. Are you really who you say you are? What if I'm just imagining that? What if I'm just, like, hearing what I want to? What if I'm just making things up? And, yeah. But there are many things that have happened that are just kind of like, I can't refute them. I can't dismiss them because a lot of what I experienced from him and with him was before I ever knew a majority of what I did about the mythology surrounding him. And it's just like, but how would I have known that? Why would I have heard that? Like, huh? So, there are some things that I just simply can't deny. And it's just like, those moments that are just kind of make me go, okay, maybe I should actually just tell that voice in my head to shut up, because it apparently doesn't know anything. And it's just being a fucker. And trying to cause problems. Yeah, exactly. And I have a lot of experiences like that too, Egg. And then it's just like, he throws me a curveball, and suddenly it's just like, wait, what? Like, there are a lot of things that because I've asked him a lot about himself too, particularly like very early on, and I've like discovered like so many things that I like didn't even know. And then when actually going and looking and like referencing the mythology, there's actually like some, like, a good chunk of it's mentioned. But there's also a deeper layer and like a deeper context that's also missing from a lot of his mythology. And again, I talked about this last night. That's because a good chunk of it was destroyed. Because he was demonized. they essentially rewrote it. Destroyed the good bits, destroyed a lot of the positive depictions of him, and just ignored everything that came before the point which he murdered Osiris. That's the only point they focused on. Also, thank you, Jojo. Tell Jojo she's awesome too. Also, are you ready for your reading, Dixon? But yes, Egg, I know that feeling all too well, okay? I know. I know how, like, outlandish it can seem. Okay? How it's just, like, fantastical it may seem, and just how out there it may seem. And we may worry that, you know, it's too good to be true and that it can't possibly exist. Because why would anything good like this happen to me? What did I do to deserve it? But just try. Try not to give in to those, like, those doubts, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. What does Dixon need here today? Awesome. That's good, Dixon. We don't want to, yeah. Don't want any disasters. So that's good. Indeed. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Egg. Better reversed. Okay. Yep. Better reversed. Better reversed. That is sideways. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What do we got here? We got... Yeah, okay. We have the sun reversed. Two of Wands reversed. And Ten of Swords upright. So, initially it may seem to be, you know, like overall not the most positive of readings, but the key thing to remember, the 10 is the end of a cycle, okay? Okay? So, this period of just, like, conflict and struggle, will come to an end, and this Sun card will eventually be upright. Okay? There will be brighter days ahead. But currently, you're facing a lot of just kind of like heavy emotion and some self-doubt, fears, and just kind of maybe operating from this place of just lack. Not really essentially seeing the end to these challenges, fearing what the future holds and what's around the corner, okay? And this may be like causing you to worry, fear that there is no brighter period ahead, okay? But this cycle of struggle will end, okay? Don't give in to these patterns of like negativity and self-doubt. Keep taking the time that you need for yourself, okay? By doing this, by venturing into this, okay? Keep taking this time for yourself. Don't let this fear and this doubt get the better of you, okay? I know that on the other side, of this, okay? On the other side of this, on the other side of this, there is a transformative energy, okay? There is a shift. And let's see what the Oracle wants to add here. Yeah. Trying is all that matters, okay? And it seems like you've just kind of like started doing this for yourself, like venturing into, you know, this like blacksmithing and like working with the forge, okay? Like you're just in the beginning stages of this, so just keep moving forward with that, okay? Your job ending? Is there something going on with your job currently? Ah. Okay. Right reversed. Right Reverse. That is sideways. Right or reversed. Okay, both of these want to be upright. That one appears to want to be reversed. We have undoing, untethered, and passage reversed. Would him retiring just cause like a major shift of things in like your work? Or would it just like make your position like obsolete or something? Because things would just like go under. Ah, the only employee? I see. Okay, we have undoing. Keywords for the upright are triggers, deeper layers, and surfacing. I believe you got this card last time. As we sit wrapped in our hard-fought peace, surrounded by the old thorns, we will think we have arrived, that we have finally found freedom, only for those old words to find our ears again. The same slight, the injustices we've suffered resurfacing. We will be standing in the present, while every version of us awakens to the trespass. Our peace will shatter, and we will find ourselves saying all the things we could never say before. We will have fallen into the trap. Make good use of it. Sometimes, when we've made progress and have a deeper awareness of ourselves, we may underestimate the depths of our wounding. Our culture very much celebrates packaging emotional mess into neat and tidy boxes. We see this a lot with people in recovery. Their family may spend an exorbitant amount of energy to get them sober, and then when they finally are sober, they think everything is fine. When most times, it's not. It is simply the beginning of the process. When it comes to our internal work, we may believe ourselves to no longer be affected, and maybe that's true, but most of the time we will eventually find there is more to see and understand and heal. The undoing is an invitation to loving the mess of the process. It finds us when we feel we've already resolved something and lets us know there is more freedom to be found. Ram Dass once said, "If you think you're enlightened, spend a week with your family." It's hilarious and also a universal truth. So very often, the undoing arrives in correlation with spending time with our family. But of course it can happen with anyone and in any situation. This card is not called the undoing because it truly is, but more that it can feel like it is. When we feel we've worked through something, and maybe even spent years working through layers of it, it can feel disappointing to find ourselves once again feeling reactive and triggered. Many people feel a sense of shame, or like they've failed, but this is not the case. We find ourselves in this place because we have worked through enough that our brain is showing us a deeper layer of it. You are succeeding by unearthing more. It feels challenging and can often feel defeating, but appreciating the undoing as an opportunity will ease a lot of the tension and activation that comes with it. This card asks you to be kind to yourself and trust that you can navigate this and find a new level of peace through it. So yes, and this is something I say a lot too, and I very much love the energy of this card for this reason. Sometimes when we're like progressing on this healing journey, we start doing this internal work, we start doing our best to work through things, and we may find a level of success, but then suddenly we may find that we're experiencing the same things again, only perhaps this time a bit more intensely. And this may lead to us thinking that we've undone this progress, that we're going in the right direction, or that we've just kind of like failed and not really gotten anywhere. When in reality, it's just that the more we progress into this healing, the more of it we're going to uncover, okay? As we dive deeper into these things that we're attempting to heal, sometimes there can be a little bit more under the surface that's surfacing as we're working through the things that are presented to us.
That doesn't mean you're going in the wrong direction. That means you're actually making progress, but it can feel like we're not. Okay? And untethered. Upright keywords are powerlessness and relapse. The mind is a trickster, calling us backward as we gather momentum. As we dress our lives in love and joy, it looks around and sees nothing familiar. So it kicks and scratches at the doors of our minds until it finds a new home in the new world. Sometimes we will listen, and sometimes we will not, but love it anyway. As we get closer to breaking through, we'll notice our subconscious really trying to pull us back into our old ways of being. Very, very much going in line with this energy. I love it. The waves may not last as long as they have in the past, but they can come on pretty strong. You may also notice environmental triggers getting more frequent. For example, you may log into social media and see a bunch of content that makes you feel hopeless. Which, let's be honest, there's plenty in the world that can make us feel like, what's the point? The powerlessness found within Untethered can have us reaching for our nearest coping mechanism. This is the thing. I'm not going to tell you to resist at all costs. There is purpose in revisiting these as long as we don't get submerged there. If you're this far into the journey, you very likely won't. If all you feel like doing is staying in bed and binging reality TV, do that, but do so with awareness. Notice it's coming up for you. When you sit in the feeling, when was the first time you felt that way? What was going on around you? What was your coping mechanism then? The spaces where we retreat to have allowed us to survive. They've protected us when the world couldn't. So naturally they will come up when we are feeling overwhelmed. This is okay. The key here is to not feel shame and remember this is just a small part of a long process. You will not feel this way forever. Stay grounded, stay aware, and go through whatever process you need. Okay, going in line with that message of undoing, very, very good. I also do like the message of, like, not to feel ashamed of this, okay? It's okay to end up in these spaces again. It is absolutely okay. And then we have passage. Reversed. Reversed keywords are frustration and unfolding. At some point, we stop noticing the heaviness. We listen to the steady drum of our feet carrying us forward, forever tending to the next lesson, the next moment that demands all of us. All of our days fall into the next, and we see our strength and joy and magic. Passage reversed brings the message that you may be experiencing some frustration. While there is still the underlying message that you have made progress, when this card is reversed, you likely can't see it. You may be paying more attention to the things that you have yet to fix or manifest. You may be feeling like you aren't there yet. What did I say about focusing on that feeling of lack? But the thing you must understand is that there is no there. This is an endless journey, so you must love it for what it is. Despite any perceived imperfections, love where you are, appreciate how far you've come, and be grateful that there is still more to do. This card wouldn't have found you if you hadn't already made tangible progress. Shift your perception a bit so you can take all those strides in. If you're curious, the upright keywords for this. Again, this is about, like, reversing, similar to, like, reversing the sun card energy, okay? The reversal of this is, like, the goal here. And the reversed meaning of this card mentions, like, the upright energy and how, mentions that underlying message of, making progress.
that is present in the upright meaning of this card. The upright meaning of this card, the upright keywords are tangible success, progress, and growth. That energy does very much go along with that sun upright energy, okay? So, as the reversed entry for that card does say, you have still made progress, but you're likely not seeing it yet, because you're focusing on that place of lack. The things you don't have yet, the things you haven't worked through yet, the things that still have so much work to do. Okay? But you still have made progress. Maybe shift your perspective a little bit. And see some of the things that have changed for you. Okay? Hey, if I was close enough to you in terms of location, I would offer you one, okay? Sadly, my arms aren't that long, though. Let's see what the Eventide Affirmations deck wants to add. Okay. And they apparently had words. They really like giving this card. Oh. I feel like that one's definitely someone being, sassy again. Okay. Is there literally a bird trying to bother you? Or is that a metaphor? Do you know what kind of birds they are? Okay, we have, again, going in line with, like, this message of, like, shifting perspective here. Instead of asking what could go wrong, ask, what if things go better than I expect? I can ask for support when I need it. I can trust my intuition to guide me in my journey. I am a magnet for opportunity. My potential is infinite. And again, I feel, someone thinks they're funny. This is the second time you've gotten this card from this deck. And every time I get this card, I always have to point out how suspicious it looks. Okay? Because it looks a little suspicious. Every day I create the world I want to live in. And I'm sure you see why it looks a little suspicious. Yeah, I definitely feel like someone was, once again, being a smartass. uh... uh... I feel like someone just went, hey, at least you're pounding something. I don't know if that was him or one of mine just being a smartass. uh... uh... yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure, no problem. And in the event that, like, they're not here or something, like, I'm happy to wait for you, okay? It's okay. So, I hope that message helps, okay? I also know what it's like to have, like, a sassy little shit and a smartass as, uh, you know, part of my spirit team as well. So, yeah. I know that feeling of, wanting to smack a bitch. uh... Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. And it can be hard. You're all good, Egg. I hope you got some delicious food. Also, that looks really cool. Dixon, I just like looked at the photos that you posted. That actually looks pretty cool. I'm sorry there's a bird that's bothering you. Okay. Are you still here, Candy M's? I'm not sure they are. Okay. So I just looked in the chat list. But that's okay. Yeah. It's still something that you put work into. It's still something you accomplished, okay? You're just starting, you're just learning. Again, progress is progress, okay? Yeah. And having fun with, you know, like a skill you're learning is like one of the most important parts. Is it something you enjoy? Yeah, then continue going for it. Okay. Okay. I mean, hey, that's a goal too, so you know. Ugh. Okay. I'm not sure that Candy Yams is here. But we shall wait. Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I suppose we can go ahead and do
Like some quick pulls or just like collectives or things. I don't know. Does anyone have like a simple yes or no question that they want answered or something? Because I can pull out the Illuminator's amulet again. Yeah. Thank you for the redeem. Okay. What, well, I mean, you don't have to mention your questions, so it's all good, but... I mean, you don't have to use the redeems. I offered to pull out the Illuminator's amulet for, like, quick questions, so let me just, You can have your points back. Hey, you can save your points for other things. Alrighty. So, what do you need to hear right now, Egg? Let's see. Oh. Just this fucking... this combination of cards. Inquire with Spirit. Trust you already know. And transformation is on the horizon. Exactly. Right? What do you need to hear? Ask us. You already know the answer. Transformation. I love that. Just the fucking level of sass. Just with those first two. Alright. Dixon, again, you don't have to share the question in chat if you don't want to. But either way, just let me know when you're ready, or let me know what your question is. It probably was, yeah. Hello! Unfortunately, my queue is closed for tonight. But, I am doing, like, quick, like, little simple questions. Like, if you have, like, a yes or no question, or just, like, a simple question that can be answered. I'm just doing quick amulet card pulls. That is really washed out. Why is that so washed out? Oh my goodness. Are we good? So if you have a simple question you want to ask and see if you can get an answer to, I'm happy to pull an amulet card for you. Okay. Let's see. Welcome back. No problem, Meg. Let's see. No, it should be good enough. Alright. What answer do you have for Dixon here? Hmm. I get the sense someone was being a little bit sassy. But you did get two. Nope, and it's a hard no on this. There was like a level of like sass. One of the cards that like popped out that I just kind of laughed at was the opportunity is approaching. I get the sense that that's just kind of like focus, keep your eyes ahead is like definitely the vibe I got from that. So yeah. Alrighty. Don't think Candy Yams is coming back, so let's go ahead and move forward again. Alright. Are you ready, Phantom Punk? Yeah. The vibes are definitely just like, can keep your eyes forward is definitely the vibe. Like there was like a little bit of sass there, but it definitely gave the vibe of just like keep your eyes forward and keep focused on you is definitely the vibe. So okay. Are you ready, Phantom Punk? You're all good, Egg. Okay. Well, let's see. What does Phantom Punk need to hear today? Oh.
have a feeling they already started answering this for you. Oh, you're all good. Of course that landed on, of course it's in the corner of the camera. It's just like, hello, I am still here. I may be on the floor, but I'm still here. One moment, let me go grab that. Okay. Also, thank you for redeeming that egg. Also, heck yeah. Of course they do, Dixon. Okay, so we have the sun, death, Three of Swords reversed, Three of Coins, and Page of Wands. Okay. So definitely, lots of good, lots of positive change, and like a transformative period. It's definitely like the vibe. Transformative period with that death card there, okay? So there are better days ahead, okay? There are better days ahead. And a lot of transformation to be had, okay? There's definitely definitely that vibe of just like changes. Some good positive changes coming in the future with that combination of cards, okay? And I do get the sense too that this is going to be something that's going to be healing from you, or healing for you, because with that Three of Swords reversed, this is kind of about releasing like those ways in which we harm ourselves, like that negative self-talk, and all the ways in which we like tear ourselves down. The Three of Swords reversed is about like self-love and about like finding that like capacity to love and care for ourselves, and just find that like compassion for ourselves, okay? Okay, so there's definitely a vibe of like not being afraid to like rely on others, in a sense. I get the sense like don't be afraid to like take inspiration from others, but don't compare yourself, because the Three of Coins is like a card of collaboration and like working with others, okay? And there's definitely like a heavy energy of inspiration that is coming from this one, from the Three of Coins, but also like heavy inspiration energy coming from the Page of Wands as well, okay? So, like, don't be afraid to look to others for, like, inspiration or for help, but, don't compare yourself, okay? Yeah, Twitch is being ass. I think it's okay right now, though, but I do keep seeing it, like, go down occasionally. Like, the bit rate. Sorry, I'm just, like, monitoring things really quick just to make sure things are okay. But, yeah. Don't be afraid. Like, don't be afraid to look to others for help, okay? No, you're all good. Don't worry about it. Like, don't be afraid. There's definitely, like, with, like, Three of Coins, as I was saying, there's definitely, like, a vibe of, like, don't be afraid to look to others for help or for, like, inspiration and stuff. But, on the same side of that, like, don't compare yourself to others too much is definitely a vibe, because the Three of Coins is, like, a card of collaboration and working with others. And, learning from others and, like, taking advice from others or, like, inspiration from others, okay? And there is a heavy, like, energy of inspiration coming from, like, both the Three of Coins and the Page of Wands, okay? So, it definitely does seem like there is, like, most certainly, like, a more, like, inspirational, like, kind of finding that, like, that feeling of, like, inspiration again, too, as well, okay? And, like, optimism, even, okay? So yeah. Just overall, lots of positivity and lots of good things, okay? And if you have been in, like, a period of, like, comparing yourself to others, like, don't be afraid to take inspiration from others and look to others for help. But definitely, like, be careful not to, like, compare yourself too much, okay? Because what works for, like, some people isn't going to always work for us. And we may need to, like, make minor adjustments to the advice that's given to us, or, to, like, a process to get it to work for us, okay? So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. And, oh, shoot. It looks like we have an ad break coming up because Twitch crashing decided to, yeah. I hate that happens every time Twitch, like, decides to just, like, derp, that it resets the ad timer. Yeah. It did this to me last night, too. Funnily enough, around the same time. Let's see what the Oracle deck wants to add. Okay. Enthusiastically shot those out. So, yeah. Yeah. We have Astra and a vowel, it looks like. Astra. Okay. We have upright. The keywords are power of choice and trust the process. I've spent years walking the same path, have worn it down to smooth packed dirt. Until this morning, when that same sun rose the same way it always does. Ooh. Interesting, given the sun card there. But I was not the same. New paths lay before me, green and growing. Okay. Astra brings in an opening that allows us to make connections that we haven't been able to make in the past. We are entering both a new space emotionally and mentally. We may not feel as good as we want, but things are becoming clearer. We can feel a bit more ease and have access to new thoughts, feelings, and perceptions that have been unavailable to us. Oftentimes, when we're doing deep work and fighting long-held patterns, we can feel like we don't have a choice. When we're in the thick of it, the idea that we can just shift what we are experiencing is not possible. I remember when I first started doing this work, I really wanted to start a meditation practice. I would try, but after a day or two, I would stop, and it felt like I couldn't even choose to do it. I was absolutely frozen. This is why Astra is such a powerful offering. Anyway, the last line there, I hope you're there. The last line of this card, before it cuts out again, is when Astra finds you, it's a message to lean into these new places within you. Even if you're not feeling as good as you'd like. Try not to focus on it and trust the process. The key message here being trust the process. Okay? It may not seem like, that progress is being made, that things are going the quote-unquote right way with this transformational period right away. But trust that you are going down the right path, okay? Yeah, exactly. And then we have a vowel. Upright meanings for this are opportunity, realization, and source from within. We've tasted the truth of ourselves. In the moments of triumph where we can feel our power surge, we know that this is who we are. Our work is in remembering, of continually guiding ourselves back here, without the world telling us yes, without any kind words or affirmation. We must know even in defeat, this truth becoming iron, immovable, even in the strongest of storms. Okay. A vowel is both a realization and a promise. After making our way through passage and appreciating the progress we've made, we will discover a new layer of opportunity. Whether we have been doing this work for a short time or a long time, a vowel is the promise we make to ourselves after an experience that has created some friction. Perhaps a mentor let us down and we realized we were a bit too dependent on them. Maybe a practice or habit in your life felt empowering and now you found it was more superficial than you thought, or came from a wounded space within you. Whatever it is that has occurred has shown you that there is more to discover within yourself. A vowel is the place where we begin to source from within, a more meaningful way. From within in a more meaningful way. Even if we aren't sure how to get there, we decide we no longer want to use the external to feel any particular way. For example, someone who struggles with worthiness would decide that they will no longer use romantic partners to feel worthy, and are going to figure out how to feel that way entirely on their own. This card is significant because even though we don't always know how to get there, simply believing we can is what will carry us through. It is also where many people will stop their internal work because they are not willing to let go of the external things they have gripped onto for so long. If you are in this space, continue to hold on to how you want to feel, even if you aren't sure how to get there. And wherever you can, focus on the things that feel like what you want to experience. Alright. I love that. Okay. I feel like those both go very, very well with that, like, energy here that I talked about. Particularly this one going in line with that. About, like, looking for inspiration from others, but, like, not comparing yourself. Definitely fits that vibe. Like, essentially, like, kind of, like, essentially external validation vibes. Like, it's okay to look for inspiration from others. And take inspiration from others. But we do have to remember that we are our own separate people, and yeah, we have what it takes to create everything we need within. Though sometimes it can feel very, very hard to do so. It can seem very, very hard to do so. And a lot of times we'll tell ourselves that we don't have that capability. Alright. And let's see what this one's deck with it. The Eventide Affirmations deck. Oh, okay. They just flew out. These last two, they really wanted to emphasize. Okay. Endings can make room for what I want to call into my life. Very much going in line with this. With that transformational energy. Sometimes there are some things that we have to let go of. Most often it's going to be like old internal patterns. Again, going in line with that, like this one, Astra, about trusting the process, I can trust things will unfold the way they should. And these two, they really wanted to emphasize, because these two just shot out. I am a magnet for opportunity. And my potential is infinite. So, oh yeah, you also had a Therapets card redeemed for you. So let's see what they want to add with that. Ooh. Okay. It's going to be okay. Your speed doesn't matter, forward is forward. And this may be going in line with like that sort of like energy of like comparison. Sometimes it's not comparing ourselves to others. Sometimes it's just like comparing like internally. Like we think we should kind of be going faster than we think we are, or that we should have made like more progress by now. So, but yes, forward is forward and progress is progress. And you need to give yourself time to heal, no matter how long that ends up being. Healing journey can be a long one, and it can be full of lots of ups and downs. Sometimes it takes a lot longer than we expect it to. Yeah, exactly. So I hope that message helps. And unfortunately, because I don't want to risk, oops, that was the wrong button. There we go. Unfortunately, because I don't want to test, I don't want to test this stability right now and take a chance of it just crapping out again. So, I'm still gonna call it here, even though things appear to be relatively stable. The hiccups that I experienced last night when I was streaming, Little Kitty Big City, because I occasionally just kind of recently have, like, taken to playing things a little bit later at night, just to kind of, like, chill and hang out. I started streaming around, like, 9, like, you know, like, sometime shortly before 9, and it's around, like, this time, during the very beginning of stream, that, like, things took a shit then, too. Around the same time. I don't know what's going on around this time to cause things to be this ass, but, like, get your shit together. Fuck's sake, Twitch. But anyway, so I'm gonna call it here. I need to go get some food for myself anyway. But, thank you all for stopping by, whether you joined the queue, talked in chat, or just lurked. I appreciate you sharing your time with me, and I appreciate the support. I hope to see you all again soon, but bye for now.